Hello, everybody, and welcome to Deep End Dev. We are on week 3, I think, now? Is that correct? No, week 4. Wow. All right. I think this is episode 13. I'm your host, Matthew. I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. All right. And just a heads up, over the weekend, my entire setup had to be redone because it turns out cloning a Windows operating system to an NVMe does not work 100%. So if we hit some hiccups, it's because everything is a fresh install. And I did build everything over the weekend. I ran everything, so in tests, theoretically everything should work. Let's get going. I think, as I ended last time, I mentioned that, well, let's actually just recap what we have first of all. So if we go to our default game map, what we managed to accomplish was we created this triple separation here of 3 different modes that a game master can be in. Who are you? Did we... Oh, we launched a... Okay. So here we go. Client and server. We are synced up. There's server. The only reason it's choppy is because it reduces the frame rate here. But, so we made this Spline Editor for walls, right? Which works client to server. And if we can add in a new spline and click and drag our walls, and they have to be in build mode. The only downside is I think you can only add, or at least the way that we have it set up now, it adds a new spline point. So if we go, this is probably 0, 1, 2, 3, and if we add another one, it'll go to 4 from there. But yeah, see, it adds it to the last position, so you end up getting a spiral going on, which is cool. But maybe we can enhance that. Anyway, we now have a click and drag spline wall tool. But we did this all through blueprints. Let's find it. We go into our player controller blueprint here for the game. I spent some time separating everything out. Here's the main event on our tick with the gate coming in, open, close, and a switch on the control mode where we're going, and then another switch on our grab type to decide, are we dragging a structure in build mode, or are we in move mode and dragging a token in a board. This will expand as we enhance what we're able to do and what our 3 build, edit, move modes allow us to do. But if we go over here, here's our structure, and it's really just these 2 calls right here. This modifies a structure length when Alt is not held down. So here's our, if we have left Alt down, or rather if it's up, so 0, we move to modify structure length, where we are doing our line plane intersection again from our mouse to the grabbed structure, a line from there, and it projects a plane out, finds where we intersect on that, the origin and normal. We then find the spline point index nearest to location, which was a function we created, which is really just find input key closest to world location. It's that simple. So on it, we really didn't need to make an entirely separate function right there. We then set these replicated variables. It's early. Nearest index to initial click, which is what this returns. We then say that we've clicked, because we need to know if we've clicked so that we don't, this will open up because remember, we're on the event tick right here. So this is running. Once this gate is open, it's the flow of water is shooting through there, and we aren't damming it up yet. So we have to set this. We've already clicked, we've picked up our structure, and we found our point. We don't want to keep doing this part over and over on the tick, so we close this branch. So from now on, we'll be going straight to here, where we have a function call that runs on the server. So this is where we spent some time last time working on that. Second. We're going to move. We needed. I need more coffee. One sec. Get my brain caught up. A little cold. That's Colorado for you. The coffee gets cold too quick. All right. So on the server call from our player controller, we need to call this modify structure length. We send in a reference to the grabbed structure that our mouse is currently holding. We send the index of the spline that we are grabbing. We are sending in this intersection point where our mouse is hovering. These things come into this server call and then get passed to the game mode. The game mode then calls a modify structure length, which perhaps we don't need here. I don't know. We might have tested it. Yes, we do. The server has to do this. So the game mode this is the main server point. It then takes that structure. This is where we need to spend some time switching to C++, because I don't want to cast to a blueprint. I want to stay in the C++ world. But we go into that structure, and on the structure itself, we learned this is where you do your multicast. Not from here, and not from the player controller. We are going to have the spline structure itself handle the movement of it. So we go into our spline structure and we set location of spline point multicast so that all clients then see this modification. And then we also, we then have to call once again add instanced mesh to spline so that as we stretch it and we're growing our spline length, we need to recursively, until we let go, this function has to be called to continue to add instances to the length of the spline and update it with our wall meshes. And really, this is it. Just set location at spline point is all we're calling, taking that point index and an in location world space. And then we call add instanced mesh to spline. We clear all the instances in order to, that's how you remove if we're shortening. We then check to make sure that our static mesh reference and our material reference are valid and not null pointers. We set a loop count to 0. We get the number of spline points -2. This is where this -2 is, so you already want to do -1 because you don't want to build one for the last spline point. That is just the ending. And then we wanted to shrink it by 1 more so that we don't have automatically 2 walls. This is just what ended up working. We go into a for loop for each of those spline points -2. We get that spline point in the loop and the one and the next one, so +1. This is probably where that -2 works out, because this +1, obviously. Maybe. Who knows? This is all just trying to figure it out. Hey, Boglier, Bog1ire, Boggier, welcome back. We are then finding the distance between these two spline points with this distance vector function. We take the float. We're going to divide it by 100, which is the distance that we want, which is the size of the square. We take the return value, so that's how many times our mesh, which is at 1 meter, fits per in the length. So if we've got A and B, divide by 100, we want just the round, the integral, how many times evenly does our mesh fit in there. We return that and start another for loop. So we're inside this first for loop. So from point A to point B, we find out how many fit between A and B, and we go in. So really, number of spline points, we have 2. We have 2 spline points with 1 spline. So this first index 0 and 2 spline points minus 2, 0 to 0, we run 1 time because it's an inclusive for loop. So from point 1 to point 2, get location at spline point, so really 0 to 1. We get our distance, we divide by 100, and we, for each of the integral from 0 to this integral that we get based on the distance, we add an instance to our instanced static mesh, which we will spend today figuring out how to make this into C++ rather than blueprints. We then pass in using get location at distance along spline and get rotation at distance along spline from our loop count, which we start at 0 right here. I actually don't know why we need to have another variable, so this starts at 0, this starts at 0. We're just increasing. This honestly could be the index. It really could. You know what? Let's test it. Let's throw the index in here. Does it still work? It looks like it works to me. Whoop. Yes, it does. It still works. Maybe. 1 second. Maybe it doesn't. Fascinating. I wonder why that is. It seems to break when we go into alt mode. I bet it has to do with I don't know. Okay, well, we do need a variable that's initiated as 0 every time that we run this and call it. And it comes in, and we are multiplying by, and then incrementing it by 1 at the end of this, but we are adding an instance of our instance static mesh, or to our instance static mesh. This scale is just because of my Blender skills are subpar, and I didn't scale I went with a 200 meter scale, and it needed to be 100. I guess there's a interesting... I misunderstood, I guess, the scale in Blender to Unreal. But we pass in our transform location and our rotation from these, which honestly we don't need to break. We can recombine and whoops. Recombine and just pass those in. Actually, you know why we're breaking these? So this is something I'm going to return to the way that it was, because this allows us, if what we are adding to the wall, if we had other things like sconces, we'll get to 3D modeling at some point here. We might start adding in some custom meshes. The only thing that so far that I have done is make this wall as a test. So this was made in Blender, just adding in lines and stuff. So this was my initial test of Blender to Unreal. So we will play a little bit more with Blender to Unreal at some point. My game, or software tool rather, this webcam's a little low. It is a tool for Dungeons and Dragons or other tabletop games. So we have a networked click and drag for tokens that can be locked in place as well, and walls, but we didn't want to just have to build walls one by one, so now we have the ability to drag them out. But this is a tool for tabletop games for people and dungeon masters to join in and be able to visualize their game quickly. So this won't have rules. It's not like Divinity or Baldur's Gate or anything like that. It's not going to implement tabletop rules. We can add a new Z floor, so a new Z level of it. So at some point we'll continue to refine that. We can move our floors around, but this is just a dungeon creation tool. Kind of like, I just found there is a Kickstarter out there called Dungeon Alchemist. And what that does, though, is you draw squares, and it uses AI procedural generation to create your rooms and things. But as far as I know, it does not support actual token placement and movement and networking. It's just a map maker for you then to export. This will be something entirely where you can use this for your actual gameplay in the moment. So that's the whole point of this software. Okay, I would like to spend some time getting first this implemented into C++, so that we can go up a level. Rather than have this in the blueprint, I want to be able to call this in the parent C++ class. So first, let's add an instance static mesh to our C++. So here's our spline structure. As this grows, we might also want to reconsider our default folder structure here, where everything is just dumped into public. I'm not sure I like that. In fact, it really isn't a good practice. Right? I'll do it manually. We have our instance static mesh component back. We're going to create the default subobject here in our constructor. We will attach it. Let me close some of my game stores here so we don't keep getting notifications. We attach the spline, attach it to the spline component. We then, what else are we doing in here? On our construction script, yes, we need to set the static mesh and set the material. And as we learned on construction, I believe, is the construction script. This is not actually the constructor, right? Let's double check that. Yeah, I believe, yes. So on construction. Yep. Okay. So this is called when an instance of this class is placed in editor or spawned. So yes, that is the construction script. This is not. This is the C++ constructor, which a little confusing. Apparently, they're not the same thing. So these things we do not want to do there. We want to do it down here on construction. We set the static mesh. We set the material. But I think we do add instance component up here for the actual construction. Then here, so this, yeah. Then we call our add mesh to spline. Yes. Which we are going to enhance. So I'm going to move, or first I'm going to go into our add mesh to spline. I'll clear that. Excuse me. I want to do this check also. If static mesh reference and material reference, then we do this stuff. You need to make sure those are not null pointers. So if then we do our instance static mesh clear instances first. Clear all instances to handle shrinking spline. We then need to make a new instanced mesh. We're not doing that. Let's go look at UE4 C++ instanced mesh creation. Yes, we register the component. We set the static mesh, the material. We make it a transactional object. Then our actor, which is this, we add an instance component. No, no, no. No, no, no. We've already done this. This is a new component. That is not what we're doing. What is did my key binds changed? What is the key bind for commenting? I'm not seeing it. Edit. Come on. Where are you? Maybe it's under right click. Doesn't appear to be any suggestion for that. Okay, so this is if we were making a new component. We already have that component. It's set up. So what we are instead doing is our instanced static mesh component. Come on. There we go. Yes, we are inside of, we're checking the validity of these things. There's that loop count. So we're going to do that too. We're going to make a new int loop count initialize to 0 every time that we call this and go inside here. And now this is, we need to do our -2. So we're inside of our initial loop right here. We get our spline component, we check the number of spline points, subtract 2, and that is our last index, inclusive. We make a first location. Location 1 is our index local. The next one will be our index +1 local. So we've got location 1, location 2. We then get the distance between those. So there's our distance call. So we got that. We then are doing so we're doing 100 here. So our repeat width is 105 currently, but we're getting the integral of truncate to int distance divided by 100.f. So yeah, this is a float. So we now have our integral. We take that integral and we put it into a new for loop from 0 to that integral, inclusive. We then make a new transform. We set the location within that transform to loop count times our repeat width, which is 105 currently, 0 and 0. Nope. All right, this is where we changed it. So we need to take our spline location. So what are we doing? This is going to return it. So auto spline location is equal to spline component get point get location at spline point, get location at spline point, right? At distance along spline, get location at distance along spline. It wants the distance, so that is where we do our index times the 105. So j times repeat width. It also wants the coordinate space, spline coordinate space local. So there's our spline location. We now also want to get rotation at distance along spline. So auto spline rotation is equal to spline component get rotation at distance along spline. J times the repeat width, E spline coordinate space, local. There we go. Those two lines is this right here. And we've already got these, so we aren't changing these yet, but we're going to pass. This is our, so set location to spline location, and set the rotation to spline rotation that we just got. Right? Why can we not do that? This is a rotator. It wants an F quat. Which I think we can make from an F rotator. So spline rotation. Okay, it's happy. There's our set scale 3D also for the transform, and then we put that into here. There we go. I think when I reinstalled everything, it changed my keybinds to, let's see, where would keybinds be? Key map, Visual Studio. There we go. That's the problem, right? So what do I want? I want resharper, right? Does that? Yeah, there we go. That gives me the keybinds I expect, and I think my reformat is back to Control-Alt-L. Okay. All right, so once we've done that, we then do our add instance, and we should, whoops, loop count right here, loop count. Again, don't ask me why. And we do our loop count plus plus. Or rather, increment the loop count. We aren't using that. We'll go ahead and get rid of that. That's old code. Okay, I think save. We'll save everything here. Close. Stopped. And we'll go ahead and start the debug and see if this code works. Because we are calling it on construction right here. I wonder if we needed to call super. We'll see. They also released a brand new update to Rider for Unreal Engine today. So there are some seeing visual differences mostly at the moment. It supposedly supports, has initial support for Unreal Engine 5. Not that we have that yet, that'll be a fun day when we get to start diving into that. Maybe we'll spend some time moving our project at that point over to Unreal Engine 5 and play with the new stuff then. So we're going to open our spline structure. We're going to disconnect our old construction script and reset our materials. Oh, look at that. I believe our code is working. We can get in there to this spline point. That looks to me like it is working. Okay, so let's get rid of our old instance static mesh. We're going to just disconnect things here just so things will run. We're good here still. Let's check our game mode base. Looks like we're all good here. Okay, so let's test it. Let's open our default game map, hit play. I think the thing's going to pop up here. There it is. It always does. And we're just missing. Okay, so that's not working yet. So let's stop. And the reason is we're calling this from here. So we need to call instead add Mesh To Spline. This is our C++, and it's not multicast, so we need to actually fix that too. Hit play again. There we go. Okay. Cool. So we've got code moved over to C++ that is already working. Nice. That is much nicer. Okay. That's success. Yeah, isn't Unreal 5 like that demo they showed with the, what do you call it? The nano whatever stuff that they're introducing? That was just cool. I can't wait for that. That should be pretty neat. So we can get rid of all of that because that is now in C++. We need to rebuild these into C++, and this function needs to be made into a multicast. So net multicast blueprint callable, and we need to add implementation, I think, to the end of that. That should do that, right? Oh, and it is reliable. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and make these as well. Let's do this one first. Set location of spline point multicast. So it's going to be the same header, void set location of spline. And it receives an index, integer, and a vector for the location. I'm going to rename these real quick so that we don't have a name error since I'm giving it a similar name. Okay, so int and a vector. So int point index and an f vector location. We'll call it new location. And these could be const references. Implementation. We just call this with a world coordinate space this time. So spline component set point, set location at spline point. Point index, I believe we just pass in point index and the new location, and we say spline coordinate space world. I think that's it. And I think it is this a default? It is not, so let's say true. Yeah, let's force it true. Okay, so there's one. And now let's do it for the next one, which was add point to spline. Add point to spline, which wants our vector, so an f vector const reference location. And we are calling first add spline point, and then we need to set the point spline point's type to linear, so that we have corners and not curves. Add spline point, which receives position, coordinate space, and a Boolean. So the location is what we pass in, our spline coordinate space world again, and we want to update. We then need to get the, alright, so spline component set spline point type. The index is get number of spline points -1 to get the last one. The type, spline point type linear, and true, update the spline again. Okay, that should do that. So let's go ahead and save everything, close, and compile this. Get our blueprints open, so our spline structure. Let's disconnect these guys. We are calling it from our game mode base. So here we want to set location of spline point. And as we can see that this became multicast. Our point index and our location go here. So we're swapping that out for our new function call. And then same thing here. Add point to spline, our new one. And position that. Compile and save. Don't need that. This is also multicast, so interesting. But let's test it. And the thing's gonna pop up. There it is. Ooh, look at that. It's still working. And our add point is working. Great. And if we go to our client, you can see I gave names to these, so we've got server and client, so we know which is which. Oh, if I go to build, it is still working, and we can add in. Interesting, I think. I think it adds a point. The behavior of adding points is a little unpredictable. However, it's pretty easy to grab them and reorganize. We do have a really funny, if we're too short on a diagonal, it adds in this thing. I had an idea actually of handling corners or points, and rather than it being just an invisible point, we could make a point spawn its own mesh that is like a pillar to kind of hide the corner. Obviously, this is a work in progress. It's a mesh that we won't use forever. We'll get a better wall mesh, but looks pretty usable to me already. You could get a Dungeons and Dragons game working. Drop in a few guys. All right, so if let's go ahead and stop. Cool. All right, so these can be deleted. We now have everything up in the C++ parent class. So here we actually don't need to cast. We could just pass in the structure because it's the C++ that knows how to do that now, right? Much cleaner. No expensive cast necessary. I think if we go and check our controller, let's just look through here. That's for tiles. There we go. This, let's get rid of this cast too. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to just do this. So spline component. And location here and that there. So get rid of that. There we go. There's an expensive cast also removed. Let's make sure it still works. Pop up. Excellent. We're still working. Okay. So let's see, what are we doing when we add a spline point, actually? Let's take a look. So we can get rid of that function. All right, our spline structure is just a raw C++ class. Oh yes, let's add these into the C++ as well. B replicates is true. And on begin play, set replicates movement true. And this is the right one to call, right? Yes. Set replicating movement. Set replicating movement. Or so that calls another one, so set replicating movement. There, just go direct to what we want. All right, anything else we are changing? Our spline component replicates and our instanced mesh component does not replicate. So let's say spline component set replicate set as replicated. Okay, save everything, close. I already built the solution earlier, so it shouldn't rebuild the whole engine, but I think what we should do now is actually move some of those expensive and fancy, I think our control stuff, where we're doing a lot of vector math, I think we need to move that up into the C++. Pillars I don't think need to differ from the walls in gameplay, because we aren't implementing any rules. It's really just part of the wall. It's an end cap, if you will. So it not only will it work at corners, but I think it would spawn at the end of walls also. So it could be, you know, just visually look like the end point of a wall or a truss, a joint, whatever word. I don't know construction. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of this needs to be moved over to C++ now, before this becomes unwieldy. Because I think this kind of stuff right here is more efficient in C++ than in Blueprint. At least I've been told. So that, and it'll just clean things up. We can just make function calls. So our structure's working. Let's go ahead and close up our structure. All right. Where should we begin? Perhaps with binding select. We need a function. We'll start here. Input selection needs to be bound to this grab. What will this be? This will be handle, let's see. So from here we're pressing, so we already have a drop. This is something, this is our drop function. Call on release, or rather it's an input event. We'll still check this. Yeah, we'll still check this to close, because we want to do interface stuff still in blueprints. I once upon a time tested making widgets with Slate in C++, and it was a nightmare. And I talked to the Unreal Discord, and unless you're making your own custom widget to then use in blueprints, you just don't do Slate. It's a pain. Things that worked in Blueprint had a very erratic behavior in C++ for some reason. So it was a good learning experience. It's kind of, yeah. It's like painting blind, and then you hope that it looks the way that you want it when you're done. So let's go over here. We have our setup input component right here, where we made our rotate token into C++ already. We have an update transform on server. I don't even know if we're using that, but So this is for token movement handling. Let's do an input component. No, input component. There we go. I think it's forgotten all the things that I use often, so I have to retrain it. Input component bind action select, i.e. pressed, this, and so on the press of select is where we're going to go into this. We need to call, what are we doing here? We need a name for this function. This will be on input. Select world, select object. And I think what do we need? I think we have to have a value still coming in. I'm not entirely sure. ABG, yeah, do that. Oh, excuse me. Bind action. You have to make sure that well, it's not screaming at me, so maybe bind action doesn't need parameters. So axis passes a value up because the value of the axis comes in. So that's the difference here. We're binding an axis on rotate token. Bind action, I guess, does not require parameters, so the function call parameter list is equal already, so we're good here. We'll generate our implementation. So this is on left click or on select, handle select, default left click mouse. So selecting an object, what does it do? It gets a hit result under cursor by channel on the visibility. So I think this is under statics. U gameplay statics get hit. No, hit result. No. So we're gonna undo that. Hit result under cursor. What is it under? Maybe controller. Yeah, there we go. It's just a player controller call. Get hit result under cursor by channel. Let's see what it needs. Just like the blueprint, it wants the trace channel. And yes, we need to make a hit result. So we're making a f hit result called hit result, because we pass it in by reference, so it's an out parameter on this function call. That's what this, it's not constant, but it has a little ampersand, so it's by reference, so this is an out. It modifies. However, it returns a bool as well. So this is the return, this is an out parameter. So our trace channel, not what I wanted Alt left. Trace channel. What is it? It's eTrace type query. eTrace type query. That? No. eTrace. What are these? Do I have to set those? UE4 C++ eTrace type query visibility. Ah, okay. You have to do... Wow, this took forever. So it is engine types. Somebody replied to this much later. Convert to trace type. ECC visibility. There we go. So that's how you get your trace channel for visibility. Next we need our trace use. Yes, we want to trace complex. Go away. What are we doing? And we pass in our hit result so that we store the result. Okay, so that's the function call for that. We are then testing. I wonder if we could just test that. You know, I don't know. We weren't even using the return value right there, but here's the hit result. We are then testing blocking hit. If hit result be blocking hit, we're going to get the actor and check if blocking hit and hit result dot actor get actor. Okay. Valid is valid low level. Let's do a print string for debug. UE log temp warning text hit actor, and we will do that and string, I think, comma hit result dot get actor name. How do I? Yeah. Get name. There we go. What does it return? Returns a string, so that should work. Then we want to switch on the control mode of our player controller. Switch BG. What is it? BG control, EBG control mode. No, control mode. There we go. Come on. There's our case statements. Okay. This is where we're going to call other functions, so we got to make those. Start build. Let's also make this, because this is useful. I don't know if we can. This is a macro, so never mind. Start build. Can we make that in C++? Not sure. I'm going to get some water out of the fridge, though, because I'm starting to get thirsty, and the coffee has given me some dry mouth. 2 seconds. Okay, so start build is really just leading to a permissions check, so we could actually build this permissions check as well. So it's a U function, blueprint callable, category, e.g. game player controller. We need a better categorization of our functions, right? Put this under permissions. This token transform. Oh, this is our movement. So this is our actor movement. Token transform. That's all under config. This is under permissions. This returns bool is player get game master permissions. All this does is player state cast to ABG player state get player state. Oh. Actually, they may already have that. So get player state ABG player state. Right? How's this work? Yep. Results unused, right? So if first of all, if PS equals that, so okay, auto, there we go. So if it's checking, this should check if we have a player state, which it should. it wouldn't be good if we don't have one. So if we have a player state, we get the player info. If player, okay, if PS get player info, that. So if we have game master permissions, return true, return false, and return false. There we go. Remove the redundancy. Okay, so this can be made const, so let's do it. Come on. Yeah. I'm telling you that I want to accept your suggestion. Okay. So now we've got that. That can also be made const. So let's make our build. So that's been made. Selection event. So we may have, the reason why we have this flow channel right here is because we may have we may do different things. Though build perhaps only works on structures, I'm thinking. Well, there might be things you do to the board too. So how would we implement this into C++ where we figure out, so a generic actor's coming in, and the special thing about this macro is the split executes. So the flow gets like that. So well, I guess you would just call, you'd make a switch or a test on the casts, and then you would just call functions outward from it. So we can do that. So let's make our start build function. So we've got select object, and we need another function called void start build, and it receives our actor. So just a actor pointer actor. And from here, we if get game, there we go, return. Otherwise, if cast abg spline structure actor, I think we have to add our structure.h. There we go. So we do that, and then also we need to do if cast ABG token after we're going to do something. And what's the order that we did this? Token board structure. What did I do? Search. I don't need search open. I want you to move. The movement's not working. All right. Cut. Paste. So token if cast ABG board. And we need to add the include for that. Did it, and in alphabetical order, just like I like it. Let's see, we will do our, so start build leads to, and we're doing this early. Honestly, this should have been done here. There we go. So we go to grab structure, which is another flow. And we're setting our grab. So for now, let's simplify things down and we'll build outwards again from the C++ as we need it. So start build. If it's a structure, we set our grab structure is equal to, actually, if grab structure equals we do that? Okay, so yeah, just add a new parentheses. So that should test the assignment, and then that is valid. So yeah, we could do that. Is valid low level. So we're applying that, and then we could do that. We could do the same here if grabbed token is valid low level, and then if grabbed board is valid low level. So there we are. We're making our assignments. This will only work if this cast works. If it doesn't, this will be a null pointer. So that's what we're testing here. And then if so, then let's go ahead and set our control, or not our control mode, our grabbed object type. And then we do that. So is that, we have that in here so far. So I'm gonna do that so we don't have a rename issue, and we're going to add that here. So here's our control mode. Let's go ahead and do, whoops, that EBG grabbed object type. This is our grabbed object. By default, EBG grabbed object type is none. It is replicated edit anywhere. We set our grabbed object equal to EBG token. grabbed object. Here is the board. And here our grabbed object is EBG grabbed structure. We'll work on token next. Let's keep working on our structure since that's what we did. We need to put a gate, which is really just going to be a Boolean, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's just a Boolean. It's a macro. That's kind of cool to look at. It starts closed, I gotta remember. Okay, so we need our event tick back. Let's go look at a player controller. Where is tick? Tick's probably not public. Why is this even public? I feel like that should be also protected. So I'm gonna put our virtual void tick override. All right, so there's our tick. Our tick is going to have a gate. So you know what? We could do it on grabbed object type, right? I know we've got control mode, but if it's none, we don't go anywhere. If our grabbed object type is something else, then we flow. So let's try that for our C++. Yeah, it's writer for Unreal Engine. Benjico99, welcome. They just released an update today too, so it is the I think the first update of 2021 for writer for Unreal Engine. So from here we're gonna do switch on our grabbed object. So on none, just break, right? But if it's, so let's keep working on structure. Trying to think how we're going to implement this control mode also into this flow. So this begins with bind action select, and we're selecting an object. We come under, we get a hit result under our channel. We get the actor, we check its validity, we do a little debug print, and we have a control mode switch. If we're in build mode, maybe we don't want to switch on control mode yet. Let's do it. So if we're in build mode, we're going to call start build and pass in hit result dot get actor. We then come down here, we receive the actor. We're checking first if we have game master permissions. If we don't, we return. If we do, we check the cast on each of them. We're going to get down to here as a structure, and we set our grabbed object type to structure, which then would open up this flow on our tick because we are no longer none. So we have a structure right here. We should if this is the enum, let's match the enum, shall we? That's better. So structure opens up this flow structure, which off of structure we go to drag structure. Maybe we need to have another in between function. So when we're selecting an object first, we're doing a control mode. Maybe our control mode needs to be on the object itself so that objects behave differently based on the control mode. The selection shouldn't behave differently based on control mode. The object is the behavior change. So let's actually, we'll not call this start build. We're going to call this get actor class, get actor type. So start build, we're going to refactor to get game actor get selected actor class type. Or what are we doing in this? It's a flow. This is part of our logic flow. Maybe we don't even need a separate function for this. We need to maybe just do let's take this. Here. Get rid of that switch on control mode. So we're doing these three things. Yeah, because game master permission. Let's not do that until we actually know context and stuff. So let's keep going. So we get a blocking hit, and it's a valid actor, and we test what can it be cast to successfully. When it does get a successful cast, we set our enum to a grabbed object, which then opens up our flow at our tick. So let's change start build. Actually, this is where we will do initiate structure selection. Sure. Initiate structure selection. We're going to get rid of the parameter. So from here, we will initiate structure selection. No, that's a terrible name, initiate structure selection. Handle structure selection. Because it's just going to keep calling this each time that we have a valid structure selected. So it's handling. It's not going to keep initiating. So when we're doing that, we've got these structure calls. Go away, phone. I'm working. Okay, so we need to check, because we're using left alt as our method of adding a new spline point to our structure. So from handle structure selection, we will either move, we will modify our structure length, or we will add a point to the structure on the spline and then modify. So this is the main one, and this is like a secondary that comes before this if we're doing it. So we need to if get key state, get input analog key state. E keys, left alt, there we go. If, and then what is it? 0 for up. So if 0, if it's up, we will modify movements. So let's make this. We need another. So let's categorize real quick here. Structural functions. Handle structure selection. We have another another function called void modify. What is it called? And we're going to add a little BP at the end here so it doesn't modify structure length. Modify structure length. We call modify structure length. Otherwise, if the left alt is down, we will add new spline point to structure spline. That's a bad name too, but let's see if we can come up with a better one. Add spline point to structure. No, I like it because while it's wordy, it's explicit. It tells us exactly what is happening in that function. Add spline point to structure spline. Okay, so we've got that. At the end of this, we call modify structure length. So let's remember that. So from here, first thing we do is we get the mouse position on viewport. Get mouse position. It has, these are out parameters. But that's, I think, screen. We need to make sure that we are still getting we get mouse position and viewport. So UE4 mouse position and viewport C++. Well, they just have get mouse position, huh? All right, well, I'm going to have float mouse X and float mouse Y. We're going to pass those in. And I guess I'm not entirely sure if that's going to do the same in the local space of the viewport widget. Excuse me. Is it going to open? Well, it's glad. Thanks for finding it, Unreal, but then not opening it. Go away. Stop blinking at me. All right. Well, widget layout library. Viewport client. Okay, it looks like it is doing in the viewport. Do we need to... We'll see what happens. I don't know if we have to multiply by the viewport scale. That's the DPI. It might be handling DPI. Well, we will find out. All right, so we'll just move forward from there. Deproject screen to world. Can we do that? Deproject. Ooh. Maybe we don't even need to do that stuff. Deproject screen. Yeah, I think it's doing all that. It's doing everything we need in one. So we just need a world location and a world direction. That it's going to spit out, then which we'll use in this. So let's make. So we'll get rid of this. We'll do an F vector of world location, F vector world direction. We will then pass those in. So we've got those. We then need to do a line plane. Line plane intersection. It's probably, let's see, F math line plane suite. They have it. So the first point defining the line is going to be our line start is that world location. Next is the line end, which is world. Let's rename that. World position is our world position plus our world direction multiplied by a distance. So world direction times 2000 F plus world position. Our origin is our grabbed structure's location. Grabbed structure get actor location. And our normal is just a 1 in the z, so f vector of 0.f, 0.f, 1.0. And it's happy. And it's going to return the f vector, the point of intersection. So we're going to make an auto intersection is equal to what that returns. Okay. We then take that intersection. We're going to do this after we finish this up. We take that. We need a snap to grid. Grid snap. Ugh, I love when this stuff is working. I think in probably it wants the vector and grid size, yeah? Yep. Location and grid. So we're doing it to our location, so our intersection and then to a 100 F grid, right? 105. So that's wrong, obviously, because I think, yeah, template parameters, okay. Intersection. There we go, grid snap to 105F. Cool, you do it just directly right on the F vector, and it'll return. Gets a copy of the it returns the copy. So so we're gonna make an auto grid snap intersection there. And why don't we simplify these things down? Do that. Just do it all in a single call. So there's our grid snapped intersection. We then want to modify the offset so that we're inside of our grid rather than at the edges. So we need to subtract 50 from the X and the Y. So grid snap X minus equals 50. Grid snapped intersection dot Y minus equals 50. Offset the intersection by 50 in the X and Y to move to the center of the grid squares. The Z is going to be equal to the grabbed structure. So grid snapped intersection dot Z is equal to grabbed structure get actor location dot Z. Set the Z equal to original structure. Okay, so there we go. We've done all of that in C++ now, I think. We have this return value, which we can then send to this call, right? Okay. So let's get this this click thing in here. This nearest index, what if we could get rid of this clicked boolean and instead just check if this is -1 and initialize it as -1. Because we'll never have an index of -1. We shouldn't have an index of -1. So this is going to be a replicated, has to be replicated, I think. Yeah, because it's, well, no, we're sending it. So if that's not replicated, is this going to work? Server, client. Looks like it works to me. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't need to be replicated. Okay, so we just need a int index to nearest index to nearest index to click. And we initialize it as -1. We're not going to need this in the blueprints, I don't think. So if that index, nearest index to click, is equal to -1. Whoops. We're going to get the spline. So grabbed structure spline. Can we get that? Did we forget to expose that? We probably did. Right, because this is only works for what do you call it? Actually, this I don't think needs to be edited anywhere now that I'm looking at it. That just needs to be visible, right? So if we go to our spline structure, I don't think you need to edit. So this you can get and change things, but edit anywhere, because the component doesn't need to change. I don't fully know. Okay, but we do need to make a C++ getter for our spline component. So these are our public functions. We need some getters. So this returns a uSpline component pointer. Does it need to be complete, actually? Let's test this. Class uSpline component get spline component const return spline component. Whoops. No, okay, so that should work. And over here we get our spline component, and then we need to do a we're gonna need components spline component. We need to find input key closest to world location. Find input key closest to world location, where we are passing in once again our. Ooh, this is where we wanted it before. Nah, we could pass in the grid snap. And then we want to round. So we need auto point index is equal to fmath round. Yeah, round to int all of that. And then this is actually going to be our nearest index to click is equal to that. We then are going to call this, which we will make or yes, we will make it. So we're going to need network functions, modify structure length as a server event, unfunction, ufunction. This is a server, reliable, blueprint, callable, category, BG game player, controller, network. Let's put it under network. And this is a void modify structure length server. And we send in the structure, so an ABG spline structure pointer. Const structure. Spline index, int, reference, spline index, and we want the f vector, const reference, const f vector reference, the new location. Okay, so we need to make this on our game mode. So this is going to call our game mode. We're just moving stuff from blueprints over to the C++. So from here, in public, we need to have network calls. And this is our modify structure length. So ufunction, this is a net multicast reliable blueprint callable categories BG game mode base. This is the base game mode. We need a gameplay game mode because this is also the parent. This is the parent of the lobby too, is it not? Yeah. Okay, so is this even, are we using this character tokens array? I don't think we are. I'm gonna comment that out because I don't think we need that. I think we are using the connected players array though. Especially in lobby. Actually, looks like we ignored it. We don't even have it. Wait. Our lobby is not inherited from our game mode. Fascinating. But this one is. Let's fix that. There we go. That shouldn't have changed anything because this does nothing yet. We can clean up that later. All I know is now that's parented, and our menu. Let's go ahead and also parent that to our BG. Not that that does anything, but we should start organizing. Just like we've been organizing here with gameplay, lobby, and menu, because that's important for our blueprints, as well as our UI. We need to do that, I think, here as well. All right, let's new C++ class. We'll organize later. We need a new game mode base. Whoop, needs to be based off of BG game mode. This is our BG gameplay game mode base. We put game mode, we put base after these. Okay, yep. That's important. So BG gameplay game mode base, and this will go public. It'll be under a new gameplay folder. Actually, gameplay slash, oh no, we'll do a top level core. This will be under gameplay under that as well. And yes, I know it has issues because, go in here, it does not add this stuff, the header properly, I don't think, or it did. We're good. We're all right. We're fine. Okay. So let's save and close this real fast, and let's do some organization. So this is refactor. Actually, There's a way to move things. What is it? There's a proper way to do this. I'll have to regenerate project files potentially afterwards, but you can create okay. Move it there. I think it'll handle it. There we go. And then player controller also. And then if we go look at them, yeah, it's going to get mad because we need to do core/gameplay/player controller again. And we are good. I think we're good. Our parent should just go in core. Core. We fixed that. Game mode base also just goes up to core. Game mode base to core. Should have just done this to begin with. Player state goes up to core. Core. Okay, we're still good. Let's go ahead and just close all that again. Game instance goes to core. Game instance core. We're going to add a new folder, a directory called lobby. Lobby player controller goes into lobby. Same thing here, add a new directory, lobby. Goes into lobby. /lobby. That is just core. All right. Save game just goes to core. Save game to core. Game state base goes to core. Game state base to core. Types will also go to our core. Which probably broke a bunch of other stuff. Okay. These are going to be in, where should those be put? Actors? Maybe an actors folder? I could do that, maybe. So our core, this is like our rules and stuff. I want another, let's do another directory called call it actors. All of these now go into actors. And then we'll also do here, actors folder in private. Those go there. To fix things, find things broken. Yep. Okay. Just keep moving through here. Fix all our headers, or our includes. And core. That's in actors. Also in actors. Move this to here. Okay. Hey, Davo. Caught me in the middle of doing a quick cleanup here. To Unreal projects. Generate the project files. Think we should be good with the reorganization of our folder structure, but let's see what I broke. I just want to make sure that, okay. Yep, we're not done. So let's return to what we were doing. Let's get our game player controller here, our CPP, and our, what were we calling? We were we were here. We need to make. We've got our gameplay game mode base. This is where we were. We need a public section for network functions. And this is a U function, multicast, reliable, blueprint callable, category is equal to BG gameplay game mode base network. And this is our we should be able to call that. This calls here, call modify structure length server, and we send in the grab structure, our nearest indexed click, and the grid snapped intersection. From here, get the game mode. We need to cast to our ABG gameplay game mode base. What we get, this is where we will be calling our modify structure length multicast. And this receives an ABG spline structure pointer structure. It wants to receive everything basically that this received. We're just passing it on. So an int const reference point index, and then an f vector const reference new location. Why does this not have structure? There we go. Const. So the pointer is const. So the pointer can't point at something else. I think that's what that means in C++. I think that's what we want. Here we are getting our structure, and we are setting the location of spline point, which we made. So point index and new location. Okay. I think that's so modified. Yep, we just call this. We pass in the structure, spline index, I want to rename these. I want that to be spline index. And I want, wait, it's called point index there. So no, we're going to return, that's going to be point index, point index, point index, point index, point index, point index. Much better. All right, so structure, point index, new location. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and hit build and take a bio break and grab something else to drink, some more water. And we'll see if our C++ is working or if we need to do anything else. So I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, and we're back with some errors, and I forgot my water. One sec. All right, let's investigate these compile errors. We have an overloaded member function not found in gameplay game mode base. So let's okay. How do we properly do that? Looks the same to me. What if we get rid of this blueprint callable? What happens? Same with right here. Maybe it doesn't need the implementation underscore suffix. No, it definitely needs the underscore implementation. Let's get rid of these consts. And try with copies for the moment. think I saw a different error pop up, so we might be on the right track now. Yeah. Okay, so I think I messed up my log right here. Yeah. So I think you have to dereference the F string, if I remember correctly, in order to put it there. I don't think I saw anything flash by in terms of an error, so... Hey, that's a build succeed. Nice. Okay. Before we pop up the debug, let's take a look at what we did. We select, it calls select object. We come in here, we get our hit result. We're gonna test this on structure first. Cast is, we get that. We set our enum, which opens up this switch to call the handle structure selection, which comes in here, checks our permissions. If our input analog key state is held down, we will, if it is up, we go straight into modify structure length. Wait. If it's down, we want to do that. Otherwise, we always want to go into mod. So flip that around. We add a spline structure to the point, which we have not, or yes, no, we haven't done it yet. Okay, so modify structure length does all of this, which is copied out of the blueprint. We get down to here where we call our server call, which sends in this information to here, which is a multicast, which then just passes that information to the structure on all clients, and all clients should call that. So let's launch a debug and see if our movement of blueprint to C++ is working. So let's open up our player controller first, because this is where some things are happening. Let's disconnect our event tick. And let's disconnect our select. This is going to, well, we didn't handle this, so where's our, let's get our index. There it is. That's not right. What did we call it? Oh yeah, we didn't expose it. So when we need to actually, we have to implement our release. So one sec, we're skipping ahead a little bit here. So we've got our select object. We need our U function, blueprint callable, category equals BG game. Yikes. Player controller input. This is a void release object. What this does is it just sets our grabbed object equal to ebg none, and should clear. So grabbed token equals null pointer, grabbed structure equals null pointer, grabbed board equals null pointer. So that should just clear that, and then our nearest index goes back to -1. And then here we need to input component bind action on select again, i.e. released this, and we get our ABG gameplay release object function. So that will then handle that, so that should close then our tick. Okay, so we're already running debugs, so let's save it all, close, start it back up again. Oh. How's everybody doing today? Having a good week so far on this Tuesday? Disconnect that now. All right, our select and our event, everything's been disconnected, so none of this should call at all anymore. So if we go to our default game map, by the way, let's take a look in our here, public. Hey, look at that. It did properly sort everything back out. So I think we are good. So hit play. Everything launches safely. We go to build and we drop this guy out. Oh, and we've got an exception error. All right. What happened? Access violation. This is null. Okay, let's stop. Oh. Maybe because... Close. Okay, let's open the editor back up. I think I know why. Our BP gameplay game mode is to the parent, and it needs to now then be pointed to the C++ child. So this gameplay game mode base is the parent, but we want it actually to be BG gameplay game mode base. Let's try this again. It didn't crash this time. Okay, so let's put in a, excuse me. Let's put in a break here. We got a select object call. What are our buttons? Step into is 11. Step out is Shift 11. Step over is F10. Okay. Good. Good. Let's check our log real fast because that should have printed. Can we open it? No, we're stuck here. Okay. But we did hit something. There's our actor. Let's keep going. Hey, and we went in, we're here. So we know that we hit a structure, that worked. So our grabbed object, and then we set the enum. Let's step out, step out, step out. Let's resume, because I think it's just, that's not going to work. We have to put, so we know our select object's working. Let's see if this, is getting called. So that. Yep. Okay, so we made it here, and our information is getting passed just fine. Okay, let's remove that and get back to the editor. Resume. I see spline points. Oh, you know what? I think, take a look here. What did we forget? I think we forgot to call that, so... Yep. Okay, so let's stop. Call structure, add mesh to spline. Okay, let's try again. Play, so stop. Actually, no, we'll hit play and launch up our second one. So here's server. Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. Wonderful. So our pure C++ calls are working, and let's test it on our client. Our client goes to build mode. Wonderful. It's just not as fluid because we're client side, so it has to think a little. We might be able to fix that or clean it up. So it's going from player controller to the game mode to the spline object itself, so it's a little bit slow. Might be able to fix that. I'm not sure. But it's working. Awesome. We're getting things moved upwards out of Blueprint and into the C++. So all of that has been moved properly. Let's get this into C++. So I shouldn't have stopped it, right? I needed to see it. Let's pop it back up. Thanks, Balglier. That's a cool thing to have happening. It's all in the code now, so we can optimize a little bit better, I think. So let's do the same thing to this function now. So add new spline points to structure spline. Here we are. If, and we're not doing clicked anymore, we are using our nearest index to click. So if nearest index to click is equal to -1. Actually, is not equal to -1. No. Okay, so we'll do this. So we get mouse on viewport. We are doing all of this same stuff that we did before, just without the grid snap. So let's get this. So we need that. We also need to grab all of this again above it. So we've got that, this is spitting out the intersection, so we now need to pass that intersection to find location closest to world location on that. So let's get our grab structure, get spline component, find location closest to world location, and we are passing into that this intersection. Comma. Ooh, I gotta eat at some point. Coordinate space E, spline coordinate space world. Woo! All right. And that returns an F vector, which will then be passed and used into our add new spline point to structure spline server call that we need to make. Should we try and skip our game, go into the game mode? Do we have authority from the server player controller? I don't know if we have authority to make, I think that's why we have to go to the game mode to tell the to tell the spline structure to do these things. So that's why we have to have that extra level of abstraction. So this is returning that we need to, here's our network functions. We now need to make a U function server reliable category equals this again. It is a void add spline point to structure spline server call. And we are passing in the structure and the location. So ABG spline structure pointer structure, and the F vector is the location. Implementation is doing all of this because we have to make this again over here. A void, name it the same thing, but it is a multicast this time, which also receives the spline structure and the F vector location. We're going to call it click location, actually. Create the implementation here, which is just going to do, what does it do? Go in. Add point to spline. It just calls that on the structure itself. Structure, add point to spline, which wants just the click location, I believe. Yep. I don't need to read the C++, I know what it does. Cool. Cool. So network functions, we'll add comments in a second. This just does all of this again, but it calls that and passes our structure and click location. Great. Okay. So we have to find, this is returning that F vector, so we are calling, with that information, we have to call add this with the grab structure and all of this. Oh my. Okay. Big old gigantic embedded function within function within function there. Those are always fun. And then once we've done that, or what we're doing also, so we only do that if that is a fresh click, right? Otherwise we jump straight to modify structure length. So let's stop. And let's run our debug. It's going to build that stuff. That's a success. Hooray! So if we go into our level, our default game map, we hit play. We wait for the thing to pop. We should be able to not only do our stretching, but now with left click, there it is. We now have our, that's added, and on our network side, we can move things and we can add in a new point as well. So I think there's just some funky I wonder if it has, let's see, so if I add a point there, yeah, I think it added a point and then stretched to the mouse location. Okay. We're finding the intersection and finding the location closest to world location and adding a spline point. What is it? Add the spline point at the end of the array. So I think you can grow splines, but I actually I wonder if we need to do add spline point at index so that we can put it inside the loop. Let's think about this. Okay, so we're adding a spline point at a location. So at index, how do we find? So let it pop. There we go. So we've got this wall. That's 0 and that's 1 is the input key. Spline points. There we go. So they have an input key as well. So we are calling find this, find location closest. What if we do this? Find the input key closest to the because I think input key is index. So if we do that and that, find input key. Look at this again. Okay, I think, yeah, we do need, we want to switch to an add spline point at index so that we can insert a corner in the middle of a wall. Okay, so if we come back here, this wants a world location. So we want this again. I'm screwing up parentheses somewhere in here. What am I messing up right here? Oh, it doesn't even need that in. So that's just that call. Duh. Okay. Now, so that's location. This doesn't even need. Ah, okay. It doesn't even need the world. So that was for find location closest to world space. Okay, that's what I was messing up. Okay, so we passed that in to get an input key closest to world location. This call try. First I'm going to do void add point to spline at index. So we want an int index. Right. Huh, I wonder what those do. Deprecated method functions. Okay. They're deprecated. Don't use them. What else we need? We still need to pass in our location. The index, we'll need to say coordinate space again. So spline coordinate space world and true. Okay. So let's add that to our parameter list. Okay, so we've got a new function here that should do that. And let's do that again. Actually, we have to do a for loop for spline component for auto spline in spline component get number of for int I set to spline component get line get number of spline points. No. For int I is 0 and I is less than spline component get number of spline points plus I. We need to set the spline point type at I to linear. So every single one needs to become linear again. So we have to, because we're inserting this, we can't set it, right? Or can we? Well, that, I mean, we're putting it at that index, so I think we'll be able to do that. We'll find out. All right, we'll go check. So let's instead call structure add point to spline at index. We want to pass the structure we need to add something to this, so this is going to need an index. Index, and then our click location. Is that the right order? Location, add location, then index. So it's just location, index, click location. So let's flip that. Over here. Comment that out for now. We're going to add spline point. Do that. This is where we're going to need an int index again, and int index. Do grab structure, comma. Here's the click location is going to, so this is the index. And the location I think is that. Whoops. Jeez. Whew, look at that. That's nasty. That is nasty. I might extract those. Make it easier to read. You can't read that. That's a terrible. Yeah, it wants an index, so we didn't do something right. That's the input key. Let's try that again. I know you expect an integer. That's a build succeed. Let's see if that monster of a call right here works. There's our wall structure. Oh my gosh. Look at that. I think it's working. I think we just have a little... Yeah. That looks like it's working. We just added another point there. Oh. It's working. All right. That's pretty cool. We need to clean this so it's legible. All right, so this is inserting in so we can get rid of that because we don't need to call that anymore. We're adding a point to spline at index now is what we want to be doing. Let's go ahead and add const to that. Const to that. Make sure that these still work. I prefer const on the other side. Let's also make it a reference. Fix this over here. Didn't like it before, but I want these things to be nicer. Why is that over there? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, those are const references. Const references coming in as well. Let's make these as well. See that works. Thanks, Buglier. That looks like a successful build. I don't see it yelling at me. So we're calling, okay, that worked, but let's work here. We are calling this exact thing twice. We don't need to do that. So this is going to be extracted, and we will call this intersection to that. Whoops, we've left some things out. need all of that. So there's an intersection. So now we can make this just intersection. Same right here. Intersection. Get intersection of mouse position and plane of structures from grab structures. Okay. Insert a new spline point with an index found near the intersection. Okay, I think that's about as clean as we're gonna get it without being this. We could pull that out, but then we're just making a new we're making a new variable, which I don't think we need to do. All right, I'm going to put in some comments on these. Click and drag structure. Used modifies a spline by getting the nearest. Right, that's what that does. Modify structure length. Yep. Modifies a spline by getting the nearest spline point and setting its location to the mouse's location. Snap. Adds a new spline point to spline to a spline, finding the nearest index to insert nearest index to the mouse. Adds a new spline point to a spline by finding the nearest index to the mouse's location. Inserts it. And inserts it. Asks the game mode to make a multicast call. Asks the game mode to make a modification to the grab structure. Asks the game mode to add a new Just do that for now. This gets the I don't even know if this needs to be, you know what? What happens if this isn't multicast? Because the function on itself, these are multicast. What if this is just server? See what happens. Hey, Canerverst. Welcome back to a new week. We've a ton of stuff. We've moved all of that spline wall stuff into C++ successfully. And now we're moving all the player controller selection stuff up into the C++ class as well. I'm testing something right now. Whoop. That failed to compile. Why did that fail to compile? I don't know, but we're not even calling these anymore. All of this is now being done in C++. And we've made it so you can insert a point into the wall in the middle between indices. Whoop. That's interesting. So it's not perfect. I think the find index closest has some flaws to it, which we'll investigate, but it works for the most part. Yeah, see, something happened there. I'm just wondering if we go in and we look at our indices here. 0, let's go to 1. There's 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think we just need to refine the closest point, the input key thing. But that's working. Cool. So we can get rid of those because those are now in the C++. These are also in the C++ and the C++. Don't need those anymore. This is also in C++. And this is in C++. These are also in C++. Cool. All right. Oh, we didn't even test if, let's see, hold on. We need to test our client because that's what we're checking. Do we need the game mode to be making a multicast call? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Cool. You know what? Does this even need to be a server thing? What if these... Just curious. Could even be made static. How interesting. try this again. Looks like it works to me still. That's a success. Okay. Yeah, so that doesn't need to be multicast either, so we just simplified that down. What if we do make it static? Clean that up. And make those const as well. Const reference. Const reference. Go back over here. Since it's static, does that mean that we can do that? And that? Would you look at that? Apparently so. Interesting. Okay, so we now know that we don't need to, if it's a static, that's cool. Well, so we're saving ourselves some expensive casts there, right? And we haven't implemented that yet. So let's keep going with our movement of our selection code over to C++ and keep shrinking this down. I'm going to eat lunch, and then we'll come back to our C++, our beautiful C++ that no longer needs that and no longer needs that. Ah, I love when code works. It's just, it feels so good. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you, and eat something yourselves. Hello and welcome back. Now that we've refueled on lunch, we can keep pressing forward with our goal of moving our blueprint functions into our player controller. So let's settle in and get this done. We've moved our structure. How about we get our the first thing that we ever did, our token movement. So here's our structural functions. Here's a token. We've already got a token thing right here, so add a new section here. Token functions. We'll move this one up. These don't necessarily even need to be blueprint callable, but we'll do it just for now. We're going to put all of this stuff under input, actually. And this will be for handle token selection. And it's a void. So, grabbed object type right here, token, would open right here. And we would want to handle token selection. Handle token selection. Is right here. So again, we switch on what it is. Or we've already done that. Right, we're moving things around. So what do we do when we come into a structure? We check our permissions. Do we have permissions to handle this token? So if we don't have game master permissions, and also we get the token, and we're going to check player permissions on it. So grabbed token and player has permissions. There we go. And we're passing in, what does it want? It wants a player state. So get player state, ABG player state. Return. So if we do not have, if we're not game master and we don't have permissions to move the token, we return, just like we were doing here. Otherwise, we went straight into our construction here with handle structure selection, or our specifics to do to a structure selection, which we can shrink some things down. So what are we doing when we handle a token? Well, first, have we done that? Yep. All right, we've set grabbed object type to token. We did that earlier. So we are, and we've done this stuff. So we need to do this. we need to make a server call for our token physics and collision. So under network functions, this will be for structures. We need a section of a network function section for tokens. So we need a U function, server, reliable, controller, network, a void, set token physics and collision. Set token collision physics server. It needs a token, and we got to pass bools and a collision type. So ABG token pointer token. We need a bool of B physics on and a bool of B gravity. No, I didn't need you, phone. Gravity on. And an E collision enabled. Right? Or what is this? How do we pass that? We do this already, right? Find our token. There you go. That's what you pass. Okay, and that's a const. That's a const, and that's a const. And we're just calling, again, we're going to have to add this also to our game mode. So if we go to our game mode, this is our network functions, and this is for structures. So let's add function. These aren't network functions, these are just I don't even think they need to be U functions, really. This is name this BP, first of all, copy, paste. And this needs all those things again. ABG token pointer, token, our bool const B physics on, our bool const B gravity on, and our B collision enabled type const collision type. And here we can do a class. In fact, we can do class here as well. Put those up top. So that we can get that out of there and instead put it here. That's better. gameplay, game mode, base, class used in the used for main level used for game levels. Okay, and here we take our token and we should be able to do this. It's a public. Oh, right. We need to include actors BG token. There we go. And what do we pass? All those things in. So RB physics on, RB gravity on, and our collision type. ABG gameplay minimum base. Set. There we go. And yeah, that doesn't seem right. Why do they do that? I gotta actually have the names, don't I? There we go. Okay, so first things first is we call that. And we call it with physics is on, and we turn gravity off, physics only. So our grabbed token with a true, a false, and an E collision enabled type physics only. Next, we do our movement stuff. So we get a hit result under cursor by channel on the visibility channel, just like with our structure. Or this is for movement on the tile. Yeah, okay. So we're doing this again. And we're checking if hit result get actor is valid low level, and hit result get actor get class is equal to ABG tile. That's not right. Or yes, it is. We just have to include, right? No, we've included it, so that's not correct. static class. That's it. Okay, so if this is valid and it's a tile, we're going to check its visibility. Actually, oh yeah, we have to check if the tile is visible before moving to it, but you know what? We'll do that with anything. So we're not checking if it's a tile. We're checking well, actually, I think we have to. Yeah, okay. We do have to, because we can't just check the visibility of anything. All right, so if that, then we do this. If we have to do a pass to ABG tile, if we cast successfully, get static, and we can't do that yet because we need a getter on our static mesh. So we return class u static mesh component get static mesh component const return our static mesh component. So back here, get static mesh component get the visible flag. So if it's visible, then we can, okay, so how about if it's not, we return. Otherwise, a actor target actor is equal to hit result dot get actor. Though we don't need to do that, right? Passing it, we using it anywhere else? I don't think so. So I don't think we need to set a variable. We just need to create a move token to tile event. Move token to tile function. So we need, this is a local okay. And this is actually why I bet we should enhance our structural thing so it does this stuff locally first and then calls the server stuff. So we need to make a token functions. So this is a u function. Category equals BG game player controller input void move token to tile. Whoop. double smash buttons all the time. So move token to tile BP, because we're going to be making a new one. It needs a token reference, the actor reference, and whether we are holding it or not. So the ABG token, a actor, target actor, and B, or a bool B holding. So this is our local call first. So we do our move token to tile, and we're sending in the grabbed token, which maybe we don't need to pass it. Actually, yeah, we don't need that here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So we just need to pass the target. So we're just doing hit result dot get actor and true. So those come in because yes, we're holding it at this point. Okay, so let's make the server call as well. So under token, you function, come on, server reliable, categories BG game player controller. I could have just copied and pasted. Void move token to tile underscore server. And this is where we do need, these are not replicated. So yeah, we're going to pass it. So our token, an actor, target actor, and the bool be open. Right? Yep, and we have to pass the rotation. That's right, because that is not so an F rotator token rotation, because that is not replicated over the network rotations. Okay. You know, honestly, we could just replicate these three things here. Yeah. So then we don't need to pass the token here, and we can actually fix these as well. And this right here also. So there we go. Same here. Let's go over to them. That doesn't need that. Just go here, get rid of the structure, format these here. This is going to be grabbed structure, grabbed structure. Okay, so now that those are replicated, that's better. Okay, so we just passed the actor, move token to tile. We're on, we were here, move token to tile, just takes the actor, a rotation and holding. So here, move token to tile, if has authority. Actually, if we don't have authority, we're going to do stuff, and then we will do our move token to tile server call and pass the target actor the grabbed token get actor rotation and be holding. What are we doing to that rotation? We are just resetting X and Y to 0. So we make an F rotator of 0.F, 0.F, and then the Z. Which is the yaw. Right? Oh, that's right. All of this is, so roll and pitch. So this goes, why do they do this? Okay. Pitch and roll are reset. Yaw is retained. Woo. We broke something here. Yes, we don't need to pass that anymore, because we are handling it ourselves already. Okay. This is going to call our gameplay game mode base, which is going to do a function. We'll just copy and paste. It's a static void move token to we're going to rename these to location, because we're not necessarily moving them to a tile, right? We're actually potentially moving them on top of stuff so that we can stack things, which takes an ABG token, and it wants target actor, our bool of the holding, and the rotation. Const, reference it. Same here. That so we're not copying data, and then here in our we're doing this stuff again. Okay, so get actor bound. Okay, we need to make an F vector, so we have an F vector of location is equal to We're going to make a float z value is equal to holding it. Z value is 100F, otherwise Z value is 50F. Don't know if we can declare this in a tertiary? I don't think you can. And location, whoop. We get target actor, get actor bounds. The X, so our origin and box extent, so we need to pass in some out parameters. The locations X is going to be equal to our actor origin dot X, and the location dot Y is equal to actor origin dot Y. Location dot Z is our Z value from above. Plus our actor the origin plus the box extent, actor origin Z plus actor box extent Z. And then we do our token set actor location to the location which is going to be false. null pointer, and true. Teleport. Oops. E. Reset physics? Yeah, why not? Okay. Oh yeah, and the rotation. And token set actor rotation, which I think, yep, is right here. New rotation and teleport type. And the rotation comes from the parameter and E teleport type. We're doing teleport physics. Teleport physics. Okay, I think that's it for the gameplay, the game modes call. So here we just do E or ABG gameplay, game mode base, move token to location. It's a static call. We then pass our grabbed token, the target actor, the token rotation, and B holding. Right? Whoops. B holding and token rotation. I'm going to swap these. Make that identical. Here. Save memory. That looks good. We just swap these parameters. Yep. Here. Data const reference again. It's small, but it matters as it adds up. Okay. Whew. If we don't have authority, we need to do that stuff again. So I think I'm going to copy a bunch of that. Put it here. We just needed, let's see. That's all the same. We set the actor location. Though here we need to get actor rotation, which is our grabbed token get actor rotation. We're doing an F rotator of 0.f, the yaw, 0.f. Whoops. we can just put this F rotator rotation is equal to that. So we do that twice. Same thing right here. Oh, that's outside of the... Okay. So we're gonna do it up there. Okay. Need the token locally. We are a client. Need the token on the server. Or call the server. Make a server call. Ask. Why is this grayed out? We use it. Oh. It's just saying you don't need to do the initializer because you're safe. Well, that's cool. It checks. Neat. All right. I think that's it for token movement. So we probably can stop. Start it back up again and test token movement. Oh, what a day. Whoop. Whoops. You are correct. Go under. What else are we hiding? We have some shadowing. Where are we shadowing? Ah, some of our calls are incorrect. Let's check. I don't know. That looks pretty similar to me. Const references. These bools seem to, it's very interesting. So maybe, what is this? This is on set token collision. So let's get rid of the references on those bools as well. All right, well, we fixed that, and then global declaration. Okay, so let's change. This is we'll rename that to the wrapped token. Actually, no. Token to move. Move. This is the structure modify. Structure. Yeah. Okay, that should work there, so we're not shadowing anything. Hey, Pixel Theory TV. We are. I'm building a tabletop. We're doing it again. We're shadowing. Hold on. I'm in the midst of trying to fix. Already defined. This is a tabletop simulator for Dungeons and Dragons and other RPG games. So with click and drag on a board, if I can get this to fix and launch it again, I can show you what's going on. Where am I shadowing? Let's see. These are include issues, aren't they? I've got circular headers. Hold on. This is a C++ thing. C++ can be a little complex, but when you get the hang of it, it's really not that bad. So where are we shadowing? What is happening here? Sometimes this can clean up headers. Writer's pretty cool. The main big thing with C++, because it is not a monolithic language, if you were writing in C, yeah, I did blueprints only for 6 or 7 months, and that ended up you can get really far with just blueprints. However, with some of the stuff that we're doing, we we want to do some of the heavier math in C++. It gets more efficient. And yeah, the headers thing is always a pain when you accidentally get some circular headers going. So need to figure out where that is occurring. There we go. Game mode base. There we go. Second definition. So well, why are you telling me I know it's defined in game player controller, but I haven't included that here. So I'm forward declaring here. Oh, right here. Okay. We've got a pragma once. We've got a pragma once. So what's going on here? And get rid of it there. And restore it here. And now it's saying undefined. Oh, what did I do? I did a tile. I didn't want to do that with tile, just token. And spline structure. Whoops. Stop. Try that again. So now spline structure and token are done here. That should fix our circular issue. Bleh. It didn't. It's always fun when it randomly happens, but I am not one of those guys that manages to get a perfect compile the first time. We did get a couple of cool perfect compiles today where it worked. Okay, so how do we fix this? Yeah, we have a circular header issue. Token and BG spline structure are required here, but we're also having to do it here. But for some reason, what happens if I get rid of that? We have this issue. So we have to include that. What if in types, where's our types? What if we just put our includes here? You know? So include ABG. Actors ABG BG token. And include actors BG spline structure. So then we get rid of token here. Get rid of spline structure there. We've got types here. So that's where it's going to get it from. And then here, we drop it there. And in our header, what if we just, and what if we put in our include BG types? Damn. No. Okay. Let's not do that. How about this to here? That. Where's our unidentified? Where'd that happen? We'll wait for it to yell at me. It's right there. What do you mean it's undefined? Oh, this is what was going on. Okay, hold on. Interesting. Just curious now if we do that again, are we going to get back our circular issue? Doesn't look like it. Where is it getting its reference? How is that happening? BG types sure as hell doesn't have this. Oh, look at that. We're forward declaring this in BG types. So that's where it's getting its information here. And I don't know about that one, but at least here, it's grabbing the forward declaration from BG types right there. So that's why it doesn't need the forward declaration still. Though here it needs the full definite. Okay, so, well, we fixed it. So let's go ahead and pop open our debugger. No, this is just a circular reference issue, and it comes up in C++ a lot. It's actually why a lot of people are hardcore C enthusiasts rather than C++, because they want to, if you have everything in order of declare then use, you never run into this kind of thing. When you switch to object-oriented programming, you start to have circular reference issues where one thing could rely on the other, but then they're relying on each other in order to exist, and you don't want that. So I think I just messed up because I had forgotten to rename this to grabbed token, and it said token, and so it was thinking it was a I had messed up. Okay, so let's show an example of what we're working on here to people who might be new. This is a networked server client. It spawns a board dynamically. We have the ability to spawn our tiles, our tokens out here. As we can see, it is not working currently. But we also have this, where we just worked on, where we can click and drag walls. So this tool eventually will be playable for Dungeons and Dragons, and be able to move things around. Let's find out here if that gets called. It's not. So let's go and check. Maybe I forgot to call things, right? Exactly. So I'm a D&D player, and my we tried Fantasy Grounds, and I've done some Roll20, but the issue that I've always faced is the really steep learning curve. And my DM did not like that. So I'm making this specifically to solve that issue. Okay, so when we left click pressed calls select object, we come down here. This should set our grabbed object to a token. which opens up our event tick. This also sets the that pointer. So we come in, we check our pointer or our enum, and our enum should trigger that. So this isn't. Let's check the firing of that. I'm going to go with just 1 for now in the selected viewport. Whoops. Zoom. All right, we've selected. Okay, it grabbed that properly. So we can get rid of that breakpoint. So why is this not getting called? Interesting. See that right there? Grabbed object and the token are not changing. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Grabbed structure is, so it's not that I changed this to replicated. So what are we doing differently here? Why is this working, but not this? Interesting. The IDE is running low on memory. Why would you be? No, I don't need a heap dump analysis. Stop and resume. What's going on here? It's not operating on the visibility channel. Why is that? So we are doing this here. Oh, when we release it, we have forgotten to reset. We have to reset the physics, right? So, selection. When we drop a token, here we go. We have to do this again. Okay. So we're not done yet. Okay, where's our release? Release object. There we are. Okay. If grab token. So if we add a grab token, we need to do some things here. Which first, let's do a switch on grabbed object. Switch. Come on. There we go. Grab object. Rider's acting up. Okay. Before we clear everything, if we are on a token, we need to do another move token to tile. Send in the that's where our target tile gets used. Okay. No, we get it. We're good. Okay, so move token to tile, and it just wants. Where do we get our target actor? Where are we calling this? How about we do another? Okay, so this right here needs to be elevated. This is right. There we go. We're not exposing them, we'll just give them U property. So this otherwise target actor is equal to hit result dot get actor. We then send the target actor in. Whoops, we're going to be shadowing, aren't we? Let's rename this to last targeted actor. Go away. Okay, so on our drop here, we do last targeted actor, and we're not holding anymore, so move token to tile. We then need to call our set this, which requires that. Turn physics on, gravity on, and collision enabled. True, true, and E collision enabled type query and physics. Okay. That should release the object properly and reset the physics. That was, I think, what was happening. So let me stop. Boot it back up again. I got a cat back at my feet. Yeah, I hear you. Hi. You were upstairs sleeping when it was lunchtime. I'll get you lunch in a second, but you missed it. Whoops. Okay. We've got an exception. It bounds. So stop and find out where we were calling our bounds. Right here. Interesting. All right, let's put a breakpoint here. So even when we skip that, the game mode has issues. This might need to be... Oh, wait, hold on. We forgot to add these. One sec. Where's our do lifetime stuff? With replicated, you can't just like flip them and say that they're replicated. So in the C++, we actually have to specify. So we did grab token, structure, and board are now replicated. So let's just do those and see if that fixes our issue. All right, I gotta feed the cat. They're complaining and is yelling at me. She's yelling at me. I'll be right back. Okay. Cat got the food. Let's try this again. We still get the exception. Interesting. So I think it's here. Oh, this is also needs to be replicated. Control mode and grabbed object. Grabbed object. Boot that up. Interesting. Target actor is what's causing the issue here. which is coming from over here, right? Let's follow it. Maybe it's our release. Hold on. Yeah, maybe that's null. Hold on. Just wrap that case up and we'll see if that is what was causing us a problem. All right. It's not moving, but we're no longer crashing, so we do know that that was the issue right here. Was it was going to here and trying to call this with a null. So, 1 second. Cats. I got 3 cats, one of which just had some dental work done and can only eat soft food at the moment, so can't have her go and eat the hard food of the other cat. So I'm juggling cat maintenance at the moment. All right. So something is not the server. This is not working, or let's take a look at our token. So our movement should be replicated. Let's take a look in here at our original call. This is not replicated. This was on the server. So move token to tile. So if we look at the player controller here. Oh, okay, so it is moving. See that? Token and cube are popping up under grabbed object and grab token. So it's working. But it is not moving. Because perhaps we are not getting our location. Ah, no object. So we're spitting out a null object somewhere. Where do we have a log elsewhere? Okay, move to location. So let's find... We're here. Right, handle a token selection. This should be move token to location. And this should be server. We're getting a hit result on the visibility channel. If let's just do that. I think we can do a live code in here. Haven't tried this yet. Okay, stop. This right here, I think. So if hit result, actually we're gonna go if on the hit result, because that returns a bool. And then we'll put this inside it. So did we hit something? Is the actor valid? If hit result dot get actor get get class is equal to abg tile static class. And then we'll throw that in there. So we just keep wrapping things to make sure that everything is valid. We return if the tile is not visible. Otherwise, we keep going. We're going to set our last targeted actor to that hit result. And then we are going to call move token to location on that last targeted actor, which gets passed in here, as well as our Boolean. All right. Let's try again. This, I'm just going to quickly rename the BP there, just to prevent any problems. Aha! Boom! There we go. So now we've got that working, and that's all done under C++. And if we launch 2, we should be able to see that move across server and client again. So here we go. Move a cube. Cool. Cube moves. It's just a little slow because it's talking between server and client, and we're just going to have to fix that. Whoop! And there's an error client side, however. So we're getting a crash. There we go. We got an exception on toggle token physics and collision. What happened? A variable wasn't available. We probably hit a null somewhere. So let's stop from client to server. We hit a problem. Let's think about where we did that. I think we need to make sure we're passing the grab token. So I think we cleared. We have to make sure. We gotta wrap these things to make safe. Let's try that again. I think we hit it as well. Okay. Access violation. There isn't the local one, is there? Replicate that. I think we can do this better. First, we need to close that event because we're doing stuff. We need our tick closed. So if grabbed token, if lat, and then we do our this and this. So we're not doing that anymore. I'm getting rid of that. Hey, Partly Atomic and your party of 5. How you doing? We are trying to fix some issues. Tables held. Welcome. Hello, Spacey 3D. Hello, people coming in. Let's see if we fix this. Why don't I show off what we're working on? This is a software tool for tabletop games such as Dungeons and Dragons, with the goal to make it as easy as possible over a networked with dynamically created board sizes to be able to click and drag tokens in, as well as build with a spline tool our dungeon walls and stuff. So the goal is very low learning curve. Make a map and play some D&D with Discord or something, you know? So that's the goal here. Currently, today I've been spending a lot of time moving blueprints over to C++, and we're trying to get on server side, our token click and drag is working with snap to grid, but I was hitting some exceptions. Yep, there it is still, on the client to server talking. So something is wrong here. Parameters are parms. I assume that's what parms is, parameters. Huh. A sudden noise from the kitchen. All right, why is that happening? Let's find out. So we move a token to a location with the last targeted actor. You know what? We need to do that too. Yep. One more hour to go. I go 9:30 to 4:30. Tuesday through Friday, starting at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time. I wonder It should work as a const reference, but you know what? Let's remove const reference on there and just see what happens. Where's the implementation? Give me my implementation. Whoops. Let's try that again. Same thing. Toggle token physics and collision. It's on the token, eh? Wait a second. So I don't think it's here. I think it's hitting a problem in here. Ugh. Get rid of all of these references just in case. And I'm going to put a breakpoint on that. For anybody who has joined, I don't say this often, but hitting that follow button helps, as I am at 38 and would like to get to 50. Because apparently special things happen at 50. So it failed before you even got to the token, huh? Okay, stop. Let's back up. So we're not getting here yet. We're going to put a toggle one step previous. Try this. Nope, we forgot to close that again. Okay, we still didn't hit it. So let's put our... Alright, so we're in the game mode, so let's back up. Right here. Let's just take a look, too. Looks like we're doing everything correct. Okay, we still hit it. Where on earth is this failing? Where's our release? Here's our release. That's handle token selection. Alright, so we're going to stop at release object and see what happens here. Just one. Interesting. Why'd you stop? Illegal name. It can't find, it's failing to find this function. Okay, interesting. Let's do a full build. I might need to do a clean and build, actually, after this stream is over. I wonder if things have changed and it's not aware. We are hitting something that's causing a crash. Interesting. Oh wait, hold up. That should just be an OR also. No. That was right. If we don't have permissions and we don't have those permissions, we return. I just want to see if it spits out that it sees the cursor over a tile. Way to pin this. There's no way to pin this, so I'm going to have this over here. Oops. Oh, there it is down there. Oh, there, okay. Bitwriter overflowed. That's a reliable buffer overflow. Gotcha. Okay. That's what's happening. Okay. So that's our first issue. Which we're calling where are we doing that? This guy. This is with actor movement, isn't it? Yeah, this is just our movement. Let's get rid of reliable on that. It has to be reliable. What are we calling this? Okay, I got an idea. Oop. There's our overflow again. Yeah, I think it's the actor rotation. We don't need, this doesn't need to be reliable, so can I do that? Seems like it's okay so far. I'm all right with having it be unreliable. It's just the rotation of the eye. It doesn't need to, it's not that important. All right, we're good. Release object. Grab token. We're good. We're good. Move it. Seems like it happened. I think we're good. Was that it? Hey. Let's remove some of these stops and try this again. Oh. Interesting. Move token to location. Okay. So kind of funny. I feel like these things are, I don't know. We'll just make them unreliable until we see things breaking. Things like that, I feel like they really are. I don't know. How does the buffer get cleared? We didn't call 7,625 times, you know? But maybe we did because it's on the tick. Can we move it off the tick at some point? All right. And there's the... Okay, so I made those unreliable. Let's stop. Maybe the patch didn't work. Those are unreliable, unreliable. All right, it's all unreliable. These are not on the... Those are still reliable. But you know what? Unreliable. Hello, Z positive. We're not hitting the buffer issue. Looks like we're okay. That broke. Why did that break? All of these broke. Stop. Why did those break? Yeah, I'm testing client performance. So this is client, and we are so an initial spawn that spawns. But if I move, we lose it. What happened? Hmm. Strange. Oh, I did change something. I did. Whoops. Turn that off. I did this. So let's get that. Stop. Try this again without that in there. Oh. Today, Z Positive, what we've been doing is moving all of the blueprint code over to the C++, and it's been a long journey, but it is going to be worthwhile. All right, there's that, and that one's not working. So why is that? Hmm. Let's try this again, and let's stop on the first one and see why. Only worked once this time. Oh. Well, what is going on? What changed? Is it... I wonder if, hold on, when we're calling our physics update Ooh, I wonder if we're calling physics change upon the object on the target by accident. And we're doing it on the grab token. So we don't actually need to do that because this is now last targeted actor. We can get rid of that too. So let's see. That. Get rid of that. These references seem to break things, so I'm removing them. Where's our server call? Last targeted actor. Hello, people who have joined. See the view count going up. You're tuning in to the last 30 minutes here. Right? We don't need to do that. We just pass a false now. If you haven't yet, please hit the follow. I'm trying to get up to 50 followers because magical things happen on Twitch when you hit 50 followers. Oh, come on. I hate it when this happens. There we go. It's if I move my face here, you can see I'm hitting on those. This object, this I think is because we've cleared our references here. Our grab token structure and board are set back to none. But I'm not sure why that is happening. So we reset our grabbed object type to none. We clear our grabbed and our last targeted actor. Hmm. I don't know. Let's try and make. Let's get our spawn call actually moved to our BG player controller instead of gameplay player controller. Or let's do print. And watch the log. I'll move my face for you. So that's not where it's failing. You see, it's not calling that. So let me put this here. Something else is failing. This is running has a dedicated server in the background, but this is not. Unreal Engine runs entirely off server client, so it talks to server client. Oh, we're not getting there. Okay. This is where the round 2 is breaking down. Why is it failing to call this? We are the owner. That's strange. Well, might as well put this into the player controller. See if that fixes it. So what do we need? We just need to ask the server to spawn a token on the tile. I just don't understand why this works one time and then it stops working. There's listens. I'm playing as client is what I'm doing. So client, a server will be started for you behind the scenes to connect to. Strange. I don't really know, but maybe maybe we don't want to do the server call from the user interface, but we should be able to. It's just strange to me that it works one time and then it stops working. So there's the first one. And the second one fails. So it's failing. What is going on? I don't think we ever hit that. What happened? I'm very confused. How did you spawn if we never called this? What? What? What is happening right now? You all saw that? What is going on? Oh. No. Stop. Cookie, stop. My cat is going crazy. What is happening at the moment? How are we spawning an actor if this is never being called? Anybody know why? What the hell? I wonder if it is up in the server, but it's not getting replicated downwards. I'm going to put a print in next time. I should be able, maybe it's not hitting a breakpoint because it's looking at the client. Yeah, even the blueprints aren't behaving as expected though. I'm very confused. The spawning of the token is still entirely blueprint. That's not C++. So I don't know what broke. So let's open our level, and here do a print string spawned successful. We'll once again watch the down here in our print log. What? Okay, there it is. Spawned successfully. Spawned successfully, and we know if we move, where'd our server log go? Hey. Spawned successfully. Oh. It murdered. It died. Something died. What happened? We're killing something. What have we killed? Let's go back here and just call. Let's return it to what it used to be. Spawn token on tile server. This used to work. Go away. That. This. Go away. Just do this. All right. Move it around. We're still living. Oh! Why are you dying? What's happening? Is there a log somewhere I can find? I want to read what it just spat out before it died. This is the client. This is the server, I believe. Yeah. It's doing it again. Toggle token physics and collision. Exception access violation. But this time it's not. Okay. So we know what's killing it now. I bet if I was the server itself. No. Yeah, we're totally fine so far. Okay. Close logs. What is our access violation? Why are we having an issue with this function? Is it because it's static? Should it not be static? We might have to revisit this issue tomorrow and figure out why we're having issues with our physics implementation. I think the object, the nulls passing by is those are just warnings because we're nulling out our reference objects. So maybe we do. See, that's not even hitting our breakpoint. We have a breakpoint right here. Why is this not? It's in debug mode, so it's playing. No executable code is associated with this line. Yeah, let's just wrap these. Hey Joe, how you doing? It's going. Right now I'm moving a ton of stuff into C++, so a couple of things are breaking for some reason. But otherwise, quite a bit of work has gone well today. There's that. Okay. Yeah, calculus would kick my ass as well. And I forgot to move. My face keeps like hovering around because I keep changing where if I need to access. Okay, let's try that. Recompile, what is it? It's Control Alt F11. There we go. Oh. I just want this to work before things end today. I'll show you one thing, Joe. This does work. We've got, oh no, that was working. What happened? We broke the spline structure now too. No. We should have a, we do. This should be. Hey, you can ask anybody else in this chat room. That had been working. Okay, we're good. We're good. What is happening right now? But I bet if I am the standalone, go away. Yeah. So we're just having server issues at the moment. I don't know what broke, but we've created a spline wall builder. No, that's a little funky, but it should be adding in yeah, extra splines to the closest location where you click. So that's there. I don't know. We're having some weird server issues, and I feel like maybe it's because we switched a bunch of these things to unreliable. So we were hitting some odd server hiccups. Hmm. It has no spline points. Or, yeah, it does. They're right there. They just didn't get moved. What is going on? I think what's happening... I know what's up. So, because I was overzealous and thinking, wait, we don't need to be passing this stuff around, let's just replicate it. No. I am once again falling into the same trap that I have had several times, that I've fallen into several times. The server is always right. The server is always right. So we are saying, hey, this, I want you to do something to it. But the server's like, no, that's a null. We're a client and we're trying to say that, hey, I want you to do something to this grab token that I have. This token. And the server says, oh, this is nothing. So that's what's happening here. So we need to revert back to this not being replicated and passing that information to each of these functions again. So let's back up a little bit and see if we can fix this before time's up. We might go a little over today, but that's okay. So we select an object. We set our no longer replicated. So oh no, those were replicated. Maybe that's not right. Hold on. No, let's just get rid of replicated. Make all of this shut up. We don't have this because we're clients. There. None of it's replicated. All of that, you're no longer replicated. We're setting this, we're client side. We come here, we switch on our grab to object client side. Handle token selection, we come down here. If we have it, yes we do, we come down. We need to set collision and this here. We need to pass to the server, once again, our ABG token to modify. If token to modify, pass the token to modify. Let's add this to the parameters over here. Okay. Same thing here. Move token to location server side. We're going to need an ABG token pointer token to move. Go to the implementation. Right here. Token to move. We also are going to need our last targeted actor. So a actor pointer target actor. This will be our target actor that we're passing. This needs to go into our parameter list as well. Right there. This is going to need modify structure length. So our structure calls as well. Modify structure length server. Here we go. This is going to need an ABG spline structure pointer, structure to modify. And we add this also to that call too. Now over here, modify structure length on the server is going to need our grabbed structure that we're passing over there. We find it. Come on. We're gonna have to fix it here as well. So again, grabbed structure, comma, that's fixed. Here's where we need to put it to that. And here as well. This needs to change now to, we're checking that and that and that and that. If structure to modify, wrap it to make sure that it is valid. We do that. Right here, we need to pass the grabbed token. And the last targeted actor. All right, patch that. We failed because set token. Oh yeah, we need to still do that. All right, so over here. Set token collision stuff. Here we are. Where are we calling that? Right here. We need to pass, what are we passing? The token. So grabbed token. Where else are we doing it? Right here. Grabbed token. Let's try that again. 11 viewers. It's a boom town right now. Hello. You're catching me at the sprinting finale of if I can get this to work. Please hit the follow and help me get to 50 what was that? I don't know. We'll see what happens. Help me get to 50 followers. We're live. We still can't spawn another one. Crud. What is happening? This is going to be an issue tomorrow. This is where we will return to. And that's still broken. Okay. Well, I'm going to build it anyway. We'll pick this up tomorrow and figure out where I broke things. Because they were working. We're having some client to server call problems. I think we'll just have to walk through everything step by step and find out where we broke this. I wonder I wonder if it's here. I'm not sure. Let's just do one more little look-see and see what happened. I still don't understand why it works one time. What? Well, you know what? I think once again this was just the live coding, the hot compile not working. So I apparently did fix the problem. The problem was that I had decided to replicate a bunch of variables, and the server was saying, no, you're wrong. All these replicated variables are actually null pointers, so I can't do anything. So switching everything back to passing references upwards to the server so that the server is not contradicting itself in its client-server state fixed the issues. So we once again, if we launch 2, and that one will be the server and one will be the client. So here we have the server in the background. Actually, let's stop. I want to do this as 2 separate editor windows. Here's server, and here's client. Looks like, yep, all right. It's a little wonky. We need to, I'm seeing some issues pop up on the hit. Okay, so there's a couple of things that we need to fix. However, the reliability of netcode is it's a little iffy. So we'll figure out how to polish that. Server is much smoother. I think the I think there's an issue with this setting. This might still need to be replicated. So we'll look into that, because I think our client doesn't know what mode it's in. But at least we managed to get this working again. So I'm going to leave it off from there. Save. Let's quit. That right there was some good work today. What did we do? We moved a large portion of the... actually, we moved all spline structure functions from blueprints. Yes, a thrilling finale. That would have been a disappointment to end on things broken. Sometimes you got to do it, but it's always nice when something ends with things working. Do C++ and moved and began movement of player controller selection functions, C++, and we reorganized C++ folder and file structure. Commit. And push. Saved and backed up. We are good to go in case everything dies. So, I'll be back on tomorrow at 9:30 Mountain Standard Time after I donate my precious plasma fluids. So expect me to be in my low energy form once again. But thank you for joining me today for 7.5 hours almost. And we'll pick this up tomorrow and continue with getting all our code moved over to C++. This has been Deep End Dev. I am Matthew. See you tomorrow.